help them to become entrepreneurs. We could also increase access and equity, as mentioned, enhancing teaching and learning, as also mentioned in our discussions, and reforms would also help to prepare students for the future, and it helps to address systematic issues that need urgent attention, right? So like the inclusivism, the equity, and how to solve cross-cutting issues. So that's with reasons or the main aims of educational reforms, right? You could see there's some items in red where we are talking about the competency gap, looking at effectiveness of the teaching and learning, and then bridging those gaps. Global alignment is talking about the changing society and how we position ourselves in the globe. And then employability, talking about skills, looking at the outcome of the students, and then making changes to make them more employable as they go along. Now, next, we are supposed to look at who is responsible for educational reforms. Education reforms, who is responsible for them? In Ghana, Ministry of Education is number one. And then now we are looking at NACA, GES, NTC, and then teacher associations. These are all stakeholders who are interested in reforms, and they come in to make sure that reforms are done, reviews are done to help them to do reforms to position Ghana education in a very good level in the world. Now let's focus, or let's turn our focus into the National Pre-Tertiary Education Curriculum Framework. Let's turn our focus into the National Pre-Tertiary Education Curriculum Framework, right? How many of us were able to read or able to get hold on the documents I was talking about? In fact, we are all teachers, so this shouldn't be new to us. We are supposed to have be aware of what is going on in the education system now, and then be abreast with it. So we are going to look at the focus of the National Pre-Tertiary Education Curriculum Framework. Now, the first focus we are talking about is that this framework is there to help promote scientific and mathematical literacy, where they are developing scientific literate citizens with a solid foundation in mathematics and STEM. So you see, these days there are a lot of talks on STEM education, TVET education, mathematics, and all that. This is what the pre-tertiary education framework is concerned with. It also helps to foster confidence in numeracy and scientific skills across subjects, not only for mathematics and STEM, but across all other subjects that are being taught in our schools, and to establish Ghana in a mathematics-friendly, as a mathematics-friendly country. That's also something that is ongoing, where most students are encouraged to like mathematics or to work with numbers, right from class 1 going through. When you look at the framework, it's emphasized and make sure that mathematics, numeracy, science, STEM, TVET is being addressed emphatically. Now, the second focus is largely on language and literacy. So here you support literacy in the playground language during early childhood years, and then prioritize English language literacy in later years. That's where we talk about using the L1, which is still in play, where we are not forcing the English language on the junior ones, but then we encourage the English language to be taught and used in later years, which will be beneficial for the pupils or the learners. The third focus is on development of course standards, right? And these course standards are there to guide schools and teachers in nurturing fundamental knowledge and skills. Fuseni, your hand is up.
Yes, madam.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to make, I just sent the national curriculum framework to our group so they can go and download it.
Okay. Thank you for that, Anis. Okay, so we could go on. Going back to the focus, the third one is the development of core standards, right? And these standards that are being developed is to guide schools and teachers in nurturing foundational knowledge and skills. So you realize that right from preschool through to SHS in this framework has to do with foundational knowledge and skills. So that as the child finishes SHS, he or she has the foundation for whatever he or she aspires to do. The fourth focus has to do with holistic citizenship education, which nurtures knowledge, learners into honest, creative and responsible citizens. We all know and we could attest that we need this focus very, very well because our citizenship education is really failing us as a country, where you could see hooligans all over in our education system, where in most secondary schools you hear violence and people hurting themselves and all that. And we really need a holistic citizenship education to come to help us to curb all these violence that is going on all around us. And then beyond the national curriculum, we allocate time for learning opportunities outside the national curriculum. So the framework give opportunity for including into the curriculum what pertains for each environment. So for a typical example with this is when you look at the curriculum, it gives the facilitator the opportunity to give examples pertaining to the particular environment you find yourself in. So if you are asked to give examples of fruits, for instance, in home economics, you are to give fruits that are found in the locality, and that helps gives learning opportunities. Gone were the days where we were teaching apples and strawberries to our children. These days, we are asked to teach oranges, banana, pawpaw, and stuff, which are found in the country. Beyond the national curriculum, also encourage teaching approaches that promote enrichment and practical application of whatever knowledge that we are giving to the pupils. We also look at learner-centered classrooms and teacher-centered schools. And this promotes dialogue with learner-centered classrooms, giving more time and more privilege to students to bring out their creativity and their knowledge on issues that are being discussed in the classroom. This also emphasizes the role of teacher in a continuous professional development, right? And then we also have ICT integration, where we are using ICT to support our dialogue, to support our teaching and learning. And then we encourage teachers to appropriately and effectively integrate ICT in their lessons. Some years ago, I know there are some laptops that were given to teachers, and it was all in the quest to make sure that we are able to use ICT as a tool in our teaching and learning. The eighth one talks about inclusion of Ghanaian history and French, which is deliberate to make sure that we don't lose track of our heritage and our values as Ghanaians. And it also helps to promote the French, which will foster. You know, for instance, we are sandwiched, or I know not sandwiched, we are surrounded by French-speaking countries. So yes, even though English is accepted and formal language, French becomes very important, especially if you want to go global. If you want to go places where you would have to dialogue with people, then you need a French language. So French is also emphasized here as part of whatever is being taught in this framework. Then there's a shift to a standard-based curriculum. Now we are moving from objective-based to standard-based, which aligns with the global curriculum reform. And then the reform assessment to support the learning philosophies of the curriculum. So here we are looking at the standards, what is being accepted globally, other than objectives, what you are anticipating you would teach. So instead of making sure that your objectives are met in a classroom setting, rather you make sure that the standards that are laid down for you are met, right? So it's not just the students being able to define a theory or being able to define a word. It's about the student understanding the word and using the word, using whatever the word is talking about in his or her day-to-day activity. This is competency based. This is what we are looking out for in this framework. Any question up to this point? Any question up to this point? Okay, so we could go on. Let's look at competency-based approach and key principles that governs this approach, right? The competency-based approach is one of the key approaches that are used in the framework that we are analyzing right now. Now, the key principles governing competency-based approach is one, focusing on learning outcomes and standards rather than just meeting your objectives. This is talking about transitioning from objective-based curriculum, where the objectives are there and students are able to list 2 types of animals, students are able to describe, moving from that to a more competency-based or standard-based curriculum, which clearly defines what learners should know and should be able to do at each stage in the curriculum. The second principle is development of core competencies, which identifies essential knowledge and skills, attitude and values that learners should acquire progressively through their education. It's also looking at integration of essential skills, emphasizing transversal skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, communication, collaboration, and digital literacy as core competencies needed by students after the education. We are looking at assessments for achievement, where we are designing assessment systems centered on evaluating the competencies of the learners, ensuring fair and accurate measurement of progress. So with this, we are talking about not judging the bird with its ability to climb, to swim, right? Let's use swimming. Not judging the bird with its ability to swim, but judging the bird with its ability to fly. So you are looking at the competencies of the learner and what he or she has been progressive on, what he or she can perform with his or her competence. This is what we are looking at when we look at the learner-centered approach, right? Which is also part of the competency-based approach. So, in other words, you cannot judge the fish with its ability to fly. The fish has a competency in swimming. So if you are judging the fish, you judge it by its swimming abilities. If you are judging a bird, you judge it by its flying abilities. This is to say that no learner is a dunderhead. No learner is, like we say, doesn't know anything. All learners have their abilities, and if we are able to identify these abilities and then nurture them well, they will also be able to be achievers in whatever they are progressing in. We also look at holistic learner development, where we are looking at personal development, moral integrity, self-confidence, long life learning, aligning with the broader competence framework that includes attitudes and values. So these days, it's not just about chew and pour, it's about changing attitudes, it's about acquiring values that will help your life in future. We are also looking at continuous and progressive learning as part of competent principles under competency-based approach, which ensures learning outcomes that are achieved progressively in a continuous manner across all the curriculum stages. So this talks about starting right from basic one through to SHS level, where the topics are built on, right? So they come in a continuous manner, and they are built on with the student's competence in mind. We also talk about responsiveness and then flexibility, which allows the curriculum to adapt to any local context. So it is not a straight jacket that is sewn and placed on all of us, right? If your body type is square, you have the flexibility to adjust the jacket to look to suit your body type. That's what we are talking about here when we talk about the flexibility. So in environments where certain things will not fit, you can remove and then put what will fit in them. And this helps promote innovation in teaching. So it helps the teacher to really have a critical thinking about the topics you are supposed to teach, and then fit in local content to make sure that it fits into whatever situation you find yourself in. Then we also have accountability and evaluation, which establish mechanisms for ongoing curriculum evaluation, monitoring implementation, and ensuring the curriculum effectively developing the desired competence for what we want. So here, the framework under the competency-based approach helps us to be accountable to whatever we do. As a teacher, after a day's work, you are able to know and account for the time that was assigned to you, to know whether it was successful or not. And this evaluation helps us to better whatever we do in the classroom from time to time. So basically, that is what we talk about in the competency-based approach. Any question on competency-based approach? Any question? Okay, let's go on. We have a discussion section right now. Now, this is a new framework we have. We have the focus. We've seen the focus. We've seen what the competency-based approach principles are. Now, the question for discussion is how home economics fits into this framework. So you could pick any of the framework or the key principles we are discussing and fit home economics in there. Right, so this is a point for discussion. I allow for some 5 or 6 of you to make submissions and then we move on. How would you fit home economics into the framework, looking at the focus of the framework? I'm waiting for a response, please. Okay, so let's take a few minutes, look at the question on board, and then we, from all the things I have discussed or I have taught you now, let's try and link home economics to the new framework. Base your discussions on the focus. If there are some areas of the competency-based principles that you want to touch on, you could do that.
Hello. Hello.
Yes. Yes, I'm here. Okay,
Hello.
Hannah.
Oh, please, I couldn't hear anything again, please.
I'm
Sorry.
waiting for your
I'm not
response
hearing.
on. We have a question to discuss. How to how home economics fits into the new framework, right? I have discussed with you the focus of the framework, right? That gives you an overview of what the framework is about. Now let's look at how home economics fits into the new framework. And I'm waiting for a response. I intentionally gave you a few minutes to look at the question and then we'll have a discussion. Francisca, you're on board.
Please, can you display the framework focus for us? Some of us just joined, so that we have what has been discussed and then link it to it.
So this is the beginning. I hope you have it.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Okay. So let's look at the focus and then fit home economics into the new framework.
Madam, let me try.
Yes, okay.
Okay, from the focus, the first one was promoting scientific and mathematical literacy, like the STEM education. When we look at home economics now, we apply concepts from chemistry, biology, physics in our daily lives. So example is we utilize chemistry in cooking processes. So it helps us to understand physics of heat transfer during food preparation.
Okay. Any other?
Hello, madam.
Yes, Hannah.
Yes, thank you. Please, I think that home economics fits into the framework because home economics has to do with all aspects of life. And home economics, most of the things we do is practical. And the new framework is moving from the theoretical way of doing things, whereby we finish school and we come out and we don't have the practicals to fit into industry. So that's how home economics fits into the new framework. Thank
That's
you.
excellent. Yeah, welcome. Francisca.
Madam,
Mm-hmm.
to link home economics to the first point, that's promoting scientific and mathematical literacy. In home economics, we also deal with figures. For example, someone doing clothing and textiles deal with numbers, that's measuring taking body measurements, and someone doing food and nutrition also measures to see the amount of ingredients will be used to prepare meals. And when you can talk of the scientific aspect, you say that with the food and nutrition is being linked with biology and chemistry. So with the first framework, the home economics can be linked. And then I'm picking the second one, like the third one, which is developing of core standards. When you realize that with this, the learner develops certain competencies. For example, for a learner to be nurtured into the fundamentals of the home economics. So the learner starts learning from the lower grades, which some fundamentals has been imbibed in the child. For example, if a child knows how to use the knife, you should be able to progress by using it to do other things. Then a child who is able to collaborate at the fundamental stage should be able to cooperate with others when he's growing along. So that's my submission anyway. If there's
And that's a good one. Yeah. Thank you. Any other submissions to our focus now? Any other submissions? Yeah, Sunny. Sunny Hopes. Sunny, you have the floor. Just unmute and talk.
I would take competency side. That's responsiveness and flexibility. Like as home economics, especially those doing food and nutrition, when maybe they are going to prepare a local drink, they can adjust what is in the community. That is, they can adjust what is in the community based on the what the children are living, so that if they want to prepare a drink, what the community or the learners they have in the community, the teachers can adjust to that and provide. They can be able to provide that fruit from the community, so that the people can learn it better, so that at the end of the day they can apply it to themselves.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome. That's also a nice submission. Mavis.
Madam, please also talk about the holistic citizenship education. In Foundation of Education, we learned that home economics it's holistic in nature, considering the interdisciplinary and then the multi. So all this come together to train our children or even ourselves in relation to maybe our social personal lives, our hygiene and all of that. So that also developed us in that way. That's the little I can say.
Thank you very much. Do you have another person? Gloria is on. Gloria. So we take the last one from Gloria.
Madam, please, I think home economics is help in providing skills. That the education will receive preparation of various dishes, math, and other things for the individual, either students or we, those who are even learning. And then secondly, by learning these skills, it helps us to start our own businesses, which is entrepreneurship, establish ourselves, make some income from that. And by doing that, it helps us to provide the basic needs for the community or institution as a whole. Thank you.
Welcome. So I think Anita came on. I don't know whether she has withdrawn, but Hannah is on. So Hannah, Sunny, I don't know whether it's a new hand or an old one. Hannah, yes, you have the floor.
Madam, I wanted to use the 6th point, the ICT integration.
Yeah.
So home economics fits into ICT integration by conducting online classes. Right now, we are just using ICT to do virtual class. So that is one. And we also use the ICT apps or maybe the software when it comes to nutrition or maybe meal planning. We utilize the apps or the software to plan and prepare our meals.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Hannah, for a beautiful submission. So all this gives us the idea that this new framework that has been established is not far from what we anticipate should be. And home economics as a program is not way far from what the standards should be. You'd realize that home economics fits very well into this new framework or this new curriculum, right? Let's go on to strategies to achieve competency-based approach. Looking at some strategies that will help us to achieve competency-based approach. Here we are talking about critical thinking and problem solving. Problem solving here would help us in our day-to-day activity to give the child or the learner the ability to see problems, analyze, and then use the knowledge he or she has to work around to solve them. We also look at creativity and innovation, which is key to competency-based approach, communication and collaboration. They're able to communicate and collaborate very well. It helps you with achieving some competency in them, personal development and leadership, cultural identity, and global citizenship, then digital literacy. All these are some strategies that we could use to achieve competency-based approach as this new curriculum is looking out for. Give me just a few minutes. Sorry for the interruption. Okay, so these are a few of the strategies that we could use to achieve competency-based learning. Now, another discussion slide here, which is asking us to integrate these strategies that are up there into a home economics lesson. So we'll look at the strategies one after the other and then try and then integrate it into home economics lesson. We'll take the first one, critical thinking and problem solving. How do we achieve this strategy in a home economics lesson? Critical thinking and problem solving. Let's think about it. How do we integrate this into our lessons as home economics teachers or facilitators? These days they say we shouldn't call you teachers, we should call you facilitators. And the students are no longer students or pupils, they are learners. So my learners, I'm waiting for you. Vivian.
Yeah, madam, for critical thinking and problem solving, let's say you have a convalescent in the house and you are to prepare a meal that will help the person to get healed fast. You need to think about the kind of food to select, the nutritional values in the food, and how they are going to help the person to recover. That is what I can say about it. Thank you.
Welcome. Francisca. Francisca, you are up.
Please, madam, sorry, can we see the question again? Sorry.
Yes, madam.
The question is talking about
Madam.
how to integrate the strategies to achieve competency-based approach in home economics lessons.
Hello, madam.
Yes, Francisca.
Hello, madam.
Francisca, I can hear you. And I
Yeah,
believe you.
critical thinking and problem solving. When I want to apply this in clothing and textiles, I am supposed to design an outfit for someone who is going for a prom party. So I have to take into consideration the kind of dress that the person will wear to fit that particular occasion. And then to solve that problem, I have to get my designs and put everything in place to get the dress ready for that party.
Okay. Yeah.
From this angle.
Okay.
Thank you.
Zuleha.
Hello.
Francisca. Zuleha, yes. Zuleha Mustafa.
Yes, madam. Madam, please.
Yeah.
It's my understanding about the critical thinking is, for example, when students practical, they will have to think of what to prepare to and there's too much salt. So you have to decide on how to do so that people can solve because it's already prepared.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, just hold on. Apart from Zuleha, all of you should keep your mics muted, please, so that we could hear what she's saying. Julia, we are on the floor. We are listening.
Yes, madam. Madam, please, I was thinking of that critical thinking. Perhaps maybe you prepared soup and there's too much salt. So you now think of what to do in order to make the soup at least tasty for people to be. Or if it's too much salt, people cannot take it. So maybe the idea of thinking of what to do so that the salty taste will minimize, that is the problem solving for people to be able to take it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Okay, hello.
Hussaini. Please, if you want to make a submission,
Yes.
kindly raise your hand.
Madam.
Yes, Hussaini, yeah, you're on the floor.
I'll start to ask
Yes,
my
please.
question. So is it about how to make our learners critical thinkers and problem solvers? Is it about that?
Certainly, and that is what competency-based curriculum is about, right? Not specifically your children, your learners, but make them critical thinkers and problem solvers. And we are asking you, how do you integrate critical thinking and problem solving in teaching home economics?
So if you look at gone are the days of the old curriculum, most of the teachings or most of our classrooms were teacher-centered, where the teacher was seen as the knowledge box. The teacher was the only person with the knowledge, and the learner were there to receive the knowledge. But now we have been advised to see our learners as also carrying some knowledge that we don't also have. So you see that even those days, like the teacher will present the learning, everything to the students, like at the final stage, everything. So in order to inculcate this critical thinking to them, we have to give them projects that like they can also use their mind to think about it, to come out with like their own solutions. That's why we are now facilitating so that we will tell them, oh, maybe where they have gone or like where they have gone wrong or where they have gone good. I don't know if you're understanding me.
Yes,
So
yes, it's very clear.
they come out very critical thinkers. We give them projects that they can think about, like also come out with their own solutions to what we are talking about.
Yeah.
So for example, at the secondary school this thing, like some schools, before they do practical, maybe they will do some observation, like the teacher will do and the students will observe. So after that, maybe he will now give them the question for them to go and plan their meals on so that they can cook.
Yeah.
So all these things will help and thinking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Hussaini, for a beautiful submission there. Benedicta.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, madam. So with what Hussaini is saying, I wanted to ask that, and I wanted to add that, and when you give a learners maybe a meal to prepare in a home economics class, you have to assign the budgeting plan to the learners themselves so that they go through all those processes themselves. In so doing, they are using the critical thinking. Yeah, so that, and then when it is time for them to actually prepare the meal, you allow them to do it themselves.
To do the manipulation themselves. So that they,
to solve the problems or be able to come out with the food they are going to prepare or something.
Okay, that's okay. Gloria. And Gloria will be the last person for the critical thinking. Gloria, it looks like you're always last. Yeah, we're listening to you.
So, Stephanie talked about giving projects to the people, and let's assume that a project such as sewing a dress for a breastfeeding mother, if a contract is given to a student to sew a dress for a breastfeeding mother, it's now up to the student to think, as a breastfeeding mother, where do I need to remove my breast from? And how should the dress be so that removing the breast to breastfeed a child will not be a problem? And also considering weather condition. For instance, South, their weather condition is better, and North, their weather condition, heat season is terrible. Giving a dress for somebody to sew in the north for you for a program during heat season, the project, the person sewing should be able to think into it that considering the weather, let me sew the dress in this style or the material we should use in sewing it so that can be able to help during that weather. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So let's look at the second strategy. It talks about the second strategy is creativity and innovation. So how do we integrate this in our home economics lessons? Creativity and innovation. How do we integrate this into our home economics lessons?
Hello.
Yes.
Madam, please, on my phone, I cannot find where to raise my hand. That's why I'm saying hello, hello.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes. The creativity and innovation, I think that teachers can develop this competency in children or learners by giving them projects to do. So, for instance, in creativity, you can give the learners a task to go and identify a problem. Instead of you identifying the problem by telling them that a breastfeeding mother maybe needs good nutrition or needs a dress that she can easily open for the baby to breastfeed, instead of having to depend on others, you tell them rather to identify the problem in their society. They should look within their community or within their school, within their immediate environment or their home, and identify a problem. And then that would have been that, and then they will have to now find out like what can they do to solve that problem, and that will be a innovation, or what is new about their solution to the problem that they have identified, even if there are already solutions. So I think that the method that the home economics teacher can employ to achieve creativity and innovation is to give them projects to do, either in groups or individual. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. So Hannah.
Hello, madam.
Okay.
Madam.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, madam. Please,
If
for the
yes,
yes.
Okay.
For the creativity, I also think maybe as a home economics student, you have to be very creative. Like maybe in doing maybe something like maybe with access to bake how do you call it, cake. The way maybe you design your cake should be different from what maybe we've been given as, or the style that you add it to your cake will make it creative for it to be attractive for someone to see that, yes, this is actually a good design that you've also made it. So you have to do something on your own that maybe no one has ever done it or have been doing it, like the what we are coming to do now. Maybe you have to look at it and say, okay, I'm doing Sobolo. How will my package be? How will I package it so that it will be different from the other people in order to attract people to buy my things? Thank you.
Welcome. Hannah. Oh, it's an
Okay,
old
madam.
hand.
No, madam. I wanted to use food and nutrition, but because of what my sister said, I want to use fashion design.
Okay.
We teachers, we teach our students to upcycle, repurpose, or maybe design clothing and textiles using eco-friendly materials and practices. For example, in the secondary school, they do exhibition. So I would say this in turn help develop the entrepreneurial skill when you are being asked to upcycle or repurpose or design clothing and textile using maybe eco-friendly materials. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. AC.
Maybe, madam.
AC Kwanzaa.
Okay, mine is about every student have, or every student have creativity and innovation implanted in that person. So it is left for you, the teacher, to unearth that creativity and innovation that the child has. By so doing, you give them tasks and you give them the opportunities to explore on their own. In the home economics class, you can just give them an open problem for them to solve, and you'll be marveled at what the learner will be able to come out with. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you. Samuel Bading. Sunny, you will be the last person after Samuel, okay?
Good morning.
Samuel. Yes.
Good morning, madam.
Samuel, good morning.
My notion about, I just want to come in. My notion about the creativity and innovation is that, in my notion or my knowledge, if someone says creativity, it means what is in your mind. That's creativity. Creativity means what you thought or you think in your mind, and the innovation. Maybe you were asked to bake cake for someone who is sugar-free or a diabetic patient. The innovationium, the Latin word for innovation is innovationium. It will come in a way that you will know how to prepare a cake without adding sugar or putting in sugar for someone who is what? A diabetic patient. So the creativity here is what you think in your mind, and innovation means putting the thing in practice or in place. That's my knowledge about the
Okay, thank you, Samuel. So Sunny, you have the last.
Madam, please, I also think that the creativity and innovation, that is the real life project that you have at hand. You can help the learners on how to plan their meals budget, and you can also use apps. You can help the learners to use apps in planning meals and then doing budgeting in terms of food aspects. Thank you.
Welcome. Also, we've dealt with creativity and innovation. So we could look at the next one is communication and collaboration. So how do we integrate communication and collaboration into our lessons as home economists? Angelic Boating. Ebuachi, sorry.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
Madam, good morning.
Good morning.
Madam, for my view concerning the communication and collaboration, I think the facilitator can put the learners into groups and give them a task to solve.
Yeah.
And then in the group, they will be communicating, and then they will know how to collaborate in performing the tasks.
Thank you.
So home economics teacher can do this.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Samuel, is it
You're
old or
welcome.
Samuel, your hand is still up. Is it the old one or you want to make a submission?
Yeah, it's the old one.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay.
So, madam.
Yes, Ifwa.
Yes, please. Yes, so what I will add it to what my sister just said. So for the communication as a home economics teacher, as let's take food and nutrition again, for example. Maybe in a group, you'll be asked to maybe make some, maybe bread. Okay, the bread that you are going to make, maybe someone knows how to do it better than the other people. So how are they going to make the bread? So the one who knows the bread will communicate with those who don't know by teaching them. Maybe we take 5 grams of maybe flour, we take 10 grams of maybe this. Then by teaching them the methods, what they are going to do, and then those that they don't know, they will also ask questions or they will bring their idea. They will collaborate. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's come this together. Then by so doing, they will see that they've done the bread or they will do the bread. And then if there is no communication, they cannot do it. So if one person is doing it, there will be nothing like communication. So communication deals with do a group work. Yeah, when there is a group work, we can communicate. Thank you, madam.
Yeah. If you're on.
Okay, madam. With the the communication and collaboration too, I think there should be community engagement. Since the students live in the community, sometimes they can invite resource persons from the community to come to their school to have a talk, or they can also do apprenticeship or internship when they're on vacation, so that there will be that collaboration between the school and the community.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you. The next strategy is personal development and leadership. So how do we integrate this into our home economics lessons? Personal development and leadership. Benedicta. Bene, you are on. Benedicta, you are on. Vivian.
Yes, madam, I'm here. Hey, I didn't mute myself. Sorry.
Okay.
So with the personal development and leadership, we can give leadership roles to learners, either in groups or even when you put them in group, you can still give them leadership roles by making the team the head of the team, or maybe they are cooking, so this one is the head chef, or maybe the team leader and all those things, so that it inculcates into them some leadership abilities. They feel like they are the leader. So yes.
Okay, so the editor is saying that when we give them group work and then we assign leaders and staff, it helps them to get that aspect also in whatever we are teaching. Vivian.
I'll add something small to what my sister just said.
Okay.
For us to build the leadership skills in our students or in our people, you have to assign a role to them for them to lead, and for us to know that you are building them. And then we can also give them, for personal development, you give them a task and you allow them to do it, and you can just come out with whatever they have for you to know that really they are developing. Okay. So that is my submission.
Yeah, thank you. Manzulia.
Yes, madam, please, to my understanding about the personal development and leadership skills. For example, I've gone to learn a course on how to bake cake. I've come home after learned it, and I've also developed my own small way of baking cake, and I've also employed maybe few people. So I'm now their leader, or for example, their lecturer. So that is my understanding of the leadership skills and personal development.
Yeah, so you know, with home economics, we are able to grow our skills as we go along, and then we are excellent leaders, as in we are able to this leadership skills is installed in us right from the beginning. When you start home economics from the SHS, being a group leader, leading discussions, leading presentations, and all this instills in you the leadership skills you need as you go along in life. Let's look at the last, I think that's the last but one, which is
Madam, please, I wanted to add something to the personal development.
Okay, feel free.
So please, so it aligns with what Esther Zulaiha was saying. For instance, with the personal development, if you do practicals in the school, if you teach them maybe how to prepare bofrot or how to sew a straight dress, then you can tell them that during vacation, when they go home for vacation, they should try and then maybe establish a business with it. Maybe they should try to fry the bofrot and sell and earn some income from it, and then use it for their own. For instance, if they need books, if their parents buy maybe 3 out of 5, then they should also be able to do something to also afford to buy the rest of the 2 or even 1 to supplement what the parents have bought. And in that case, you are teaching them personal development, to work for their own development, to earn it. Thank you.
That's a good point to raise up. That because whatever we are teaching under this framework is supposed to be competency based, and then we are directly linked with the skill acquisition. So whatever skill you teach them, you should be able to harness it to the point where they could make a business out of it where they become self-dependent on whatever they need. So let's go on to the last but one, which talks about cultural identity and global citizenship. Cultural identity and global citizenship. How do we incorporate this into home economics lessons? Mene, your hand is up, or is the old one? Benedicta, or is the old hand? Okay.
Hello.
Zule, yes.
Please, I want to add to the cultural identity.
Yes.
So, with the cultural identity, when you, as a home economics teacher, when you are teaching the children, you make sure that their culture is embedded in the ways that you do things, or you teach them to do things. For instance,
Yeah.
our culture, part of our culture is to be modest in
Yeah.
our dressing and to respect. So in order to be modest, if you are teaching them how to sew clothes, then they have to sew clothes that when the clothes come out, it should be able to be modest in a way that the clothes cover parts of the body that is not acceptable for society to envision or to be able to see.
Yeah.
So I think that that is the little I have to add to that.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's not little, it's very big. Zuleha.
Okay, thank you very much.
And with my understanding of the cultural identity, for example, in a practical room, they've asked students to prepare their hometown foods, meals. So by so doing, all of them have a different kind of meal or food they prepare in their tribe or their hometown. So by so doing, you are displaying their cultural identity or something. That is my understanding about the culture.
And it's directly in line with what we are doing, right?
Madam. Hello,
Yeah.
madam.
Yes.
Yes, please, madam, please, as what you are saying, like you are teaching us so that when at the end or when we are done with it, we use it to make some profit or use it in our personal way in which we can earn something. So when like for the culture identity, for instance, maybe after I finish, maybe I'm a, how do you call it, a pre-book, or I did sewing. Yeah, so maybe where I am staying, I could study the people around that place, their culture, what they want, so that I will sew whatever I will sew, so that the people over there will be interested, and then more people will come, and then let me do it for them. So if I do something which they don't like it in their community or their place, people will not come there for me to do it for them. That's what I understand it. Thank you.
Okay. Hannah. Hannah.
Madam, please, me too, I'm Hannah.
I'm referring to you. Oh.
Yes, I think there are two Hannahs here.
Oh, okay. Okay. So now I need to
please,
add
Madam, please, I went to.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let me just add small to the one that I said.
Okay.
Yes, so in terms of producing artifacts, or maybe when you have practical lessons with the students, for instance, if it is clothing manufacturing or clothing construction, you try to make sure that people's culture are included in the artifacts or the clothes that you produce. So if you are in the north and you are teaching maybe in a Presby school in the north or in Tamale, then when you are producing garments or clothes, you can decide, you can let the children add a part of their culture to the production. So in the north, we have the northern smoke. So they should find a way of adding, even if it is expensive to use it completely, but they add pieces of it to whatever clothes they are sewing. And then also they can also add other people's culture. The fact that they are in the north doesn't mean they should always use northern smoke. They can also use kente and also try to learn more about those fabrics or textiles, like the kente, the brain behind the kente, the northern smoke, the brain behind the northern smoke, and even northern symbols, like proverbs, and then what is the kente? Most of them have meanings. So the design of the kente, what does it mean, and what moral lesson is the kente trying to teach? All those things can add to the children to become global citizens, because they would have been learning about other people's culture and learning about their own culture in addition. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Let's take the last one, which is digital literacy. Right? How do we incorporate digital literacy into the home economics lessons? Sunny. Sunny, yeah.
Madam, I wanted to say the other one.
You say that.
I said that like home economic promotes culture practices of various culture related to food, clothing, and shelter. That will help students to understand and respect different traditions and values among people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. So how do we incorporate digital literacy into our home economics lessons? In what aspects are we able to incorporate digital literacy into home economics lessons?
Hello, please, my hand is up.
Yes, Hannah. Yeah.
Yes, please, with the digital literacy, we can give the children whatever assignments we give them, the learners, whatever assignments we give them, we can decide not to give them the knowledge, or to just lecture them and feed them with the knowledge, but we can also give them assignments, group work, homework, to go and use digital tools like YouTube, Google, to search to get their answers. And in that way, we are teaching them how to use ICT, because they need to use phones and laptop to be able to get those informations. And also, when we give them projects like clothes to sew, we can put them in groups because of cost, so that they can do nowadays we have printings on clothing. Or for instance, if they are to sew, if it is in clothing and they are to sew an apron for the whole for the food students, you can tax them to go and do printing of maybe the student name, the student that they are sewing the apron for, who is in a food class, to go and do printing on maybe about their business name, or even the student name on it. And when they go to do the printing in the in somebody's business center, they'll be able to see how the person is using machines, and all those machines have software that go with those machines or printers. So they will be able to observe how all those things are being done, and in that case, they would have been learning ICT and then digital literacy. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Any other person?
Please, with regards to the digital literacy, what we are doing right now, online class, please, is it not part of the digital literacy?
Yes, part.
Thank you, brother.
And Mavis, I saw another hand up. Is that Mavis? Yes, Mavis.
Madam, please, you can also bring short videos of maybe your whatever you are about to teach, instead of maybe trying to explain with your mouth every time. Sometimes when you bring the short video, it will help them concentrate, and it also help you in your delivery, because they are also seeing whatever is being done there, which will help in delivering your lessons.
Okay. Okay. Vivian. Vivi. Angelic.
Madam.
Hello.
Madam,
Hello,
please.
madam.
Hello.
Vivian.
Madam, it's
Yes, madam.
Angelic.
Angelic can come in. Okay, Vivian.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, you can leave us.
Madam, with the digital literacy, I have some experience just, I think last month. I'm the Atlas coordinator at my district. And then we're having competition, cooking competition. So I have to go and represent my local. Then I decided to do the local dish, that of Eba, and then Bancha Pisi. Then with the help of my colleagues, we decided that the Eba, we normally just use rubber to wrap it. So we decided to do it different. And then we go to Google and then search for the different way in which we can package the gari for it to be different and attractive. And by God's grace, we find another way of doing it. And when we did it and presented, the supervisors who are supervising the whole program just came to our table and asked, what is this? And I said, it's Eba. Also, no, this is not Eba. Madam, is Eba. With the technical knowledge that I have, I was able to present it in a different manner, of which it's so unique. And by so doing, our table got first, or our district got first. So we use the technology to do so many things. And we can use that one in our lecturing and other things. We just assign problem to our children and we let them to go and search. And then they come out with different things. So,
okay. Thank you. Angelic.
Madam, please.
If we are please mute when Angelic finished for you. If we means thank you, Angelic.
Madam, please. Me too. My idea is that you can give the learners a task. Maybe when they have vacate and then they are in the house, you tell them to, let's say, prepare something. They take a video and then send it to you through your mail, so that they will be using the ICT.
Okay. That's also another way of incorporating digital literacy into home economics. If we're
Yes, madam. Yeah, madam. Like what we are saying here is true, because we, the teachers, because some of us, we don't know the, how do you call the IC war. So whilst we are teaching them, we too take the opportunity to learn it. For what we just did for the quiz that we did, we've been asked to do it in the home, which we use the digital one. For instance, me, I don't know how to do it because our time we were not using all these things. So my colleagues and my mates who taught me how to do it, and now I can access it, check my results. Unlike first, they will do everything for me. I will give my index number to them. They will check for me. They will do it. So when we are discussing, one of our colleagues said, "No, this one we won't do it for you. Do it this way. Go here, touch here, do this." And by so doing, I was able to do it. So even we, the teachers, some of us, we don't know. So by teaching them, we are also learning it, and then we will also get to know how to use it and do it better. Thank you.
No, thank you. So you realize that with the digital literacy, we all are handicapped. So we need to make conscious efforts to include it in most of our lessons when it comes to home economics, right? To help our students also to be using them. Now let's go back to our slides and then we'll continue from where we ended. Now we have a concept frame for the curriculum framework. The curriculum framework we are talking about is the pre-tertiary curriculum framework that we are focusing on. This is the concept framework. The concept framework here tells us the variables that are being used and how they are used to make sure that the framework becomes a working document. We are looking at quality education for all Ghanaian students, and that is the philosophy. That is the main aim of the framework we are talking about. And then with this having quality education for all Ghanaian students, we are looking at our guiding policies, our curriculum philosophy, the visions, the aims, values, objectives, principles, and focusing on learning and learning progression. This is what we are using to help us get quality education for all Ghanaian people. Now, looking at all the policies, philosophy and aims and values and all the variables up there, they are linking directly to learning areas. And when we are talking about learning areas, we are looking at the courses that are eminent to be taught in the curriculum. Here, we talk about the 4 R's across the curriculum from basic to the SHS level. When we talk about the 4 R's, we are talking about writing, reading, arithmetic, and then we create creativity, right? So these 4 R's are supposed to be achieved across the curriculum. And then we talk about early year core learning areas, which talks about numeracy and literacy. Then the upper primary core learning areas, which includes science to numeracy and literacy. And then the junior high core learning areas, which includes mathematics, English language, science, history, and computing. And when you come to the SHS core learning areas, we are talking about maths, English, Ghanaian language, which is optional, science, history, geography, and then computing. These learning areas would help us to achieve our core competencies, which we have discussed at length, right? And these core competencies would help us to achieve the pedagogical approaches that we need. And that's what we have also discussed right now, linking it to home economics. Now, the learning areas, the core competencies and the pedagogical approaches would help us to foster it will help us to achieve our main aim, that is giving our students what quality education. How do we do that? There are some implementation factors that we need to look at. Now, in making sure that the learning areas are achieved, you need quality leadership, you need quality of management, you need pedagogy, that is the methodology, you need ICT, you need teaching and learning materials. We need to employ inclusivism and then diversity in our learning methods. Accountability is also the quality assurance monitoring, guidance and counseling, and teacher profession development and assessment. These are factors that would affect the implementation of these 3 great areas that will help us to achieve our quality education for all Ghanaian students. Now, once we are able to get these factors underway, then we are on the way to improving learning outcomes for our learners as a foundation for long life learning. So in summary, these are the concept frame for the curriculum framework we are using currently. Let's look at the context of the National Pre-Tertiary Education Curriculum Framework. The context it is in. If you say the context, you say the situation or the situational, how do you put it? The context talks about the current situation or the situation on which the framework is built on, right? So the first context we'll talk about is the socioeconomic context of the curriculum framework. You'd realize that in Ghana, we are growing in population-wise. If you look at our population distribution, we are having more younger people than older people in our country, right? And this distribution affects how we look at our curriculum. Also, when we're looking at the population distribution, we are looking at the ages. We are looking at age, where we are talking about young versus old. We are looking at gender, when we are talking about female versus male, and all that. All these are things, the context in which the curriculum was established, right? And then we are looking at the rural and urban state of Ghana, where there's a sharp contrast between the rural areas and the urban centers in the country. And having this at the back of your mind, you realize that it's a context through which our curriculum was built on, where we are trying to bridge the gap between the rural and the urban centers. And then the economic status of people in Ghana. Now, we are middle income earners in Ghana, but as being middle income earners, not everybody is a middle income earner. And we have people who are way below the minimum wage limits for the country. And this also brings a gap between our learners. And these gaps are of concern to us because, you know, irrespective of our background, you will need to pass the BEC and the WASSCE before you go ahead in the current education system. So this framework is made in such a way that whatever your background is, you should be able to progress in the education system, irrespective of wherever you are coming from, irrespective of the disadvantages you have at your disposal. You should be able to progress in the education system. And that is what we are looking at. Then having looked at the socioeconomic context, it brings about a very big principle that our framework seeks to bridge. And this is the principle of the cross-cutting issues. I know most of you have heard about cross-cutting issues, and these are issues that the current or the working curriculum now is trying to bridge, right? When we're talking about cross-cutting issues, we are looking at gender, ethnicity, environment, digital literacy, we are looking at income, right? And there are other more cross-cutting issues that are being dealt with in this framework. We could even talk about disability issues and all that. All these are issues, cross-cutting issues that are needed to be dealt with in the former curriculum. And this current curriculum, the tertiary education curriculum framework, seeks to address these cross-cutting issues. Now, what we need to look at is how does home economics teachers deal with cross-cutting issues in instructions? So as you go and teach, how do you deal with some of these cross-cutting issues? Let's deal with these four that we have outlined here. There are others that we would come across when you read the document, and you with the knowledge you have right now, you should be able to know how to deal with them as you go along. So how do we deal with gender issues as we teach home economics in our classrooms? How do we deal with gender issues as a cross-cutting issue in teaching home economics? Yes, Hannah.
With the gender issue, when you are teaching as a student, as a teacher facilitator, you don't just group boys alone and then girls alone. You just have to mix them up, both boys and girls in groups. That's how you can inculcate or you combine both the genders.
Okay. Yeah. So Hannah is saying that in her class, she would make sure that she doesn't segregate the boys from the girls. Make sure they come together to perform whatever activities that they are performing in class. And that's a very good way of making sure to bridge between the gender issues that comes up in our class. Any other, Samuel?
Yeah, madam, dealing with the gender issue, as a home economics facilitator, if we are doing practical, the task that the female will play in the practical, the facilitator should expect the male to participate or do the same task. That's how we can deal with the gender issue. There shouldn't be any discrimination in doing of task.
Yes, thank you, Samuel. Maimuna, yes. Unmute and then talk. Maimuna to sign.
Hello, madam.
Yes, please.
Hello, madam.
Maimuna,
Madam,
can hear
please,
you.
with the agenda, we talk. Madam, please, with the agenda. As a teacher, when you are teaching pre-tech in your school, and your school it's a boys' school, you don't say that when it comes to food aspects, you are going to ignore that place because the boys don't need anything concerning about the food or the clothing, but it should be holistic, because when you take pre-tech, there is food aspect, pre-tech, and at the same time clothing aspects. You don't say because you are teaching at the basic school or and it's boys school, they don't need that aspect. So when you get there, you don't teach. When you do that, you are not helping, because some of them will come out to become a chef in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other person with submission on the gender issues? This gender issue, because of gender stereotype, it becomes a very big cross-cutting issue for teachers, especially with those of us with a background that there are some activities that are gender stereotyped and they are just meant for males, and some activities are just meant for females. It becomes very difficult for you, the facilitator yourself, to even allow your various genders to perform some activities. But since we are dealing with cross-cutting issues, you should know that whatever you are, whether male or female or otherwise, all activities are possible for you to perform. Yeah, so just a few minutes. Bye-bye, go. Okay, so let's continue. So this gender issue is a really critical cross-cutting issue that needs to be dealt with in the classroom learning setting. You should know that whatever activity it is, it could be your profession for life. So this idea of stereotyping should be taken care of right from the classroom, so that our learners would abreast themselves with whatever they are learning. How about the next one is what? Ethnicity. Yeah, culture and ethnicity. How do we deal with this cross-cutting issue in our lessons? How do we deal with ethnicity as a cross-cutting issue when you are teaching home economics? Mavis, you can start for us.
Madam, please, you need to, in teaching, considering ethnicity, you should, in your teaching as a home economist, you should respect all what ethnic and cultural groups. Let's say, because of the diversity of the learners in class, you don't have to discriminate. Maybe you are teaching a particular thing in relation to a culture of an ethnic group. Because you are not from that ethnic group, you don't make it look so bad. Like whatever they are doing, there is no importance or it is not necessary. But you have to, even though if you as the facilitator, you are not a part of that ethnic group, you need to teach it in a way that those who are a part will feel that sense of belonging. You appreciate each other's culture, so as to let the learners also know that, okay, they are also welcome and they have that cultural identity, but not to discriminate. Okay, you this tribe, you people are this, and all of that. And maybe when it comes to practicals too, you don't say that because you are not from this particular group, you don't participate in this. You teach all of them as a group for them to learn from each other. That's the smart one I can say.
Thank you, Maybe Sophia.
Okay, madam, please, we can also incorporate examples and materials and visual aids that reflect the diverse culture and experiences of students. This will ensure that all cultures are represented when we are teaching. We shouldn't be strict using only one culture examples in our teaching. We should, have a diverse aids in teaching. Like the
That's
teaching.
very, very important. Yeah. Very, very important. Hannah Redu.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam,
Hannah.
okay, I don't know whether my
Okay.
submission.
All right.
Yes, madam. I want to know whether my submission is okay. We learned about cultural identity and global citizenship as part of the strategies we can use in our teaching. So I want to know, with the ethnicity as an issue of cross-cutting, as part of cross-cutting issue, please, when you are teaching maybe food and nutrition, and your students are doing practicals, do you have to allow them to prepare their local dishes? Because we learned that we have to allow them to explore their traditional cuisines as part of the strategies we use in teaching home econs. So with the cross-cutting issues, with this ethnicity, I think you have to allow all the ethnic groups to explore their traditional cuisines.
Yeah, certainly. So Hannah, I understand your viewpoint. You see, with this cross-cutting issues, it means that you don't make anybody have the mindset that's an ethnic group is less than another one. Do you understand? So what I do in my class, for instance, is to write the regions down and then they ballot. Now, once you ballot, and if you are an other and you pick the Dagomba dishes, you will learn how to prepare the Dagomba dishes and prepare them. If you are a Gan and you pick Ashanti dishes, you will prepare the Ashanti dishes. And this is a way of dealing with the cross-cutting issues, making them aware that whatever they find in whatever ethnic or whatever locality they find themselves in is equally important as their hometown would accept, or as their tribe would accept or not. So, for example, if your tribe allows you to eat dog meat, and my tribe allows me to eat fireflies, the insect that comes around the light when it rains, right? Somebody else's tradition would allow him or her to eat frog, and it's accepted. All these are food. If you don't eat or accept as food, doesn't mean it is not food. You let your students accept or understand all these things, and it helps to solve some of the cross-cutting issues we have at our hand. Mavis, your hand is still up. Or
Madam, please, I want to add.
Hannah, okay.
Yes, thank you. So about the ethnicity, I think that also language is sometimes a problem. So as a home economics teacher, you have to be very careful. For instance, if you find yourself in a northern school teaching secondary teaching home economics, you have to put in mind or bear in mind that there are other people who are coming from different regions. And so sometimes when you are naturally moved to use like Dagbani to talk to the children, you have to try to remember and caution yourself and come back to the fact that some may be coming from Volta region, some may be coming from Ashanti region, and they don't even understand what you are doing, so that even if it is better to explain and they will understand better in the local dialect, but there should be some translation that will make the other people also understand, or also do it in English for the other people to understand. And also when you put them in groups, you also have to alert them. For instance, if there are other tribes or ethnic groups that are few among the many Dagombes who are found in the north, then you have to caution the group and let them understand that sometimes, even when I was in secondary school, I had friends who were Gonjes, and we had to do sports together. We were 3, and then the 2 understood Gonja, and they were coming from one town, but I was the only one coming from Tamale. and I didn't understand the Gonja. And at the end of the day, mostly they were moved to speak Gonja. So in the group of three, we are just three who are supposed to go for that sport, that's table tennis. I sometimes I feel isolated because
Yes.
when we are having conversation, then they would drift the whole thing to Gonja. Then at the end of the day, I'll be sitting there and two of them will be talking. So as a home economics teacher, if you are able to identify that there are other ethnic groups who are fewer, then you have to keep educating them and cautioning them about.
Yeah, that's a very beautiful submission there. So we are looking at the ethnicity holistically.
That to so that they will all feel included, whatever they are.
Yeah, very good.
Pardon me, madam.
No, it's okay. Your submission is clear and well taken. Any other submission on ethnicity? Yeah, so we become mindful of our backgrounds and then accept all other ethnic groups that we find ourselves in our class, right? And let's look at environment. So another issue to deal with is cross-cutting issues is environment. How do we solve environment as a cross-cutting issue in teaching home economics? When we are done with this, we would go for a break for about 5-10 minutes and then we'll come back. Okay, Zuleha.
Yes, madam. Madam, please, with regards to the environment, my idea is when you are teaching students home economics, for example, they need certain things for their practicals. You shouldn't give them things that are beyond their environment, like things they cannot find in their immediate environment, which will make it difficult for them. They should be assigned to things which are available in their environment so that they can easily get access to them to help them do what they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ifya.
Madam, please, with the environment issue, I think we can also integrate sustainability into our existing lessons. Like we shouldn't teach environmental issues as a separate topic. We should include it in our lessons, even when we are teaching food preparation, waste management, and then resource consumption.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So we have the environment in our minds as we go about our teaching. Most of our problems we create in the classroom for our pupils to help solve should be centered around the environment we find ourselves in. Everything is possible in a particular environment depending on where you are. Okay, so the digital literacy, which is also a cross-cutting issue, you'd realize that not everybody, even for us as facilitators, we are not well abreast with the digital literacy, and then it becomes a cross-cutting issue. We need to bridge that gap. And how do we bridge it? By giving the students opportunities to be able to use these gadgets as and when it's possible. Not always doing the designing for them on their computer, not always doing the search for them, but also to allow them to do the search themselves so that they will become used to the environment. You'd realize yesterday I sent you just the topic of the books that we are going to treat today. I have the PDF. I could have sent you the PDF file, but just to entice you to go onto the net, use a search handle to look for it, is part of the reason why we are here, so that we all get used to using the digital literacy that we need. And we can't run away from it. A time will come, even entering the taxi, you may need digital literacy to do that. So we should all embrace the society as it evolves. You cannot do away with digitalization. You cannot do away with computer and its related topics. So as you go along, if you don't know, please get yourself educated, develop your personal self. You can enroll in lessons that will help you, give you basic education on the use of digital gadgets, so that as you teach home economics, you could be able to use this knowledge to help your students to come up with answers or solutions to problems in the society by using digital literacy. So we've dealt with cross-cutting issues, right? The next context we are going to look at is supposed to be the structure for pre-tertiary education in Ghana. I will pause here. We have 10 minutes break. So we'll come back at it's 9:16. So we'll come back at 9:25, right? And then continue with our lesson. We are supposed to finish all these slides today. So next week we pick a different unit. Okay, so we are officially on a break for 10 minutes.
Hello, that's one. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Tazula, how you me? You put him ma? Hello, hello. Everybody is gone already.
Oh, some of us are around one.
Ah, okay. Please, so the slides, do we have it or Madam is here to give to us?
It was shared on the Homauli platform, but I don't know of where school. We couldn't have access to our link, so we joined you.
Then Tamale, we don't have it.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Let me write your number down so that I'll get it and share with my colleagues.
Okay, 0542.
I'm coming.
Please share it on the WhatsApp.
0542.
0542, yes.
66.
66.
88.
88.
55.
55. Hey, your number is nice, so. All right.
Okay, so you
I'll
don't
chat
have
you and then get it.
You can pull it.
Yes, I'll chat you.
Zenith, please, we also need the slide. Zenith, Accra, Zenith College. Zenith College. Accra, we also need the slide. We have not gotten it. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. The person is-
Hello,
Okay. Oh, please, I can't hear. So I thought maybe I've muted myself. Is Madam still talking?
we are on break.
Hello.
Short break.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
madam.
Hello, madam.
Our
Hi.
time is up. Our time is up. Okay. Sorry. Should we start or wait a few minutes for the others to join? It looks like. Pardon?
We should wait for a few minutes.
Yes, because it looks like about half of us are out. So you could start calling them that I'm in. So additional 4 minutes. We'll wait for them and then we'll get started. I think we've given them ample time, right? So we could start. We still have a lot of things to do in the slides. If we are not able to exhaust everything, the rest becomes your reading assignment. Let's quickly go through what we have to do. Okay, so the second context of the National Pre-Tertiary Education Curriculum Framework has to do with the structure of the pre-tertiary education in Ghana. So this is how the structure looks like. If you look at the diagram I have in front of me, we have the age, basic education, and tertiary education. We are saying that between age 4 and 8, you should be in the pre-primary and the primary and the lower primary education. Between 8 and 12, you should be in the upper primary. 12 and 15 should be JHS. 15 and 18 you should be completing the TVET or the SHS. And then 18 and above, you should either be employed or in a tertiary institution or in a specialized institution. So this is how the structure of the pre-tertiary education looks like in Ghana. Now, when you look at the structure, we are supposed to discuss how the position and content of home economics in the curriculum, how it fits into the structure, right? I would quickly give you a hint of what we mean. So when you see home economics, we are talking about home economics as a program. Now, from the beginning, from the pre-primary down to the JHS, the home economics is not a program currently in the school system. They are being embedded in other courses, right? So the pre-primary, the primary, lower primary, the primary sector, you could talk about seeing some bits and pieces of topics in home economics in some of the subjects that we teach. The JHS, when you come to career, how do you call it? Career what? Please, the basic teachers come to
career
my
technology. Career technology.
Yeah, thank you. So when you get to the junior high, home economics is embedded in career technology, so it's not standing on its own as at now in our education system. Now it is at the SHS that it stands on its own, and it stands on its own as a program. So you have somebody offering home economics where he or she goes into details in the nitty-gritty of what home economics should be, whether majoring in food and nutrition, clothing and textiles. It is there at the senior high level. Then when you get to our tertiary, that is where you do it into details. So you do it as a major program in the country presently. Do you have any contribution to this part, to the structure of pre-tertiary education in Ghana? If no, then let's continue. So that's the structure we have, and that is the position of home economics in the structure. Now, the third context is Ghana's development agenda and education sector priorities. Now, the vision of Ghana is to transform its economy to make sure that it is stable enough and it's inclusive, and it will help the country to prosper in all opportunities that's around us. Now, under this vision, there's an average national income level that's expected to help us move from lower middle income learning level to an upper middle income level by 2030. And this, with this vision, it gives the country a deliberate attempt to make sure that we move all our citizens from the middle income level to the upper middle income level of work by 2030. Now, the nation planners and the National Development Planning Commission have seen this vision, and then they are increasing access to quality education with health service at all levels, with science and technology and innovation as the backbone to help drive education and health towards attaining this particular vision of our Ghana development agenda. So they are saying that they are using education and health. With good health and then good quality education, the citizens are supposed to be able to move from middle income level to the upper middle income level by 2030. And that is what we are doing now. Now, the fourth context is the education strategic plan 2018 to 2030. The first priority for the country is to improve equitable access to and participation in inclusive quality education at all levels. So that's the very first priority for the education strategic plan 2030. The second priority is to improve quality of teaching and learning and STEM at all levels. So the first one is equity access. The second one is quality learning and teaching and learning with STEM at the backbone at all levels. And the last priority talks about sustainability and efficient management, financing and accountability of education service delivery. Here, we are making sure that the provision of life skills training and management for the areas of personal hygiene, fire safety, environment, sanitation, and climate change becomes a backbone in most of the core subjects that we teach. This would help propel the country onto the vision that we have for 2030. The third priority would also help to improve pedagogy with special emphasis on learning. And then it also helps to promote the learning of STEM subjects at all levels of the education. And these are the priorities the Ghana Education Strategic Plan has to help propel us towards quality, equitable education in Ghana. Now, we have reading assignments there. When you look at the NPTECF, the book, page 9 to 13, talks about the policies guiding the curriculum development. And then you have to read on these policies and then see how they help the curriculum to be developed. Let's quickly have a look at the current state of the current curriculum. So with the current curriculum, the KG, they are offering 7 subjects, and these subjects are language literacy, environmental studies, mathematics, science and technology, creative activities, that's music and dance and arts, music and dance and drama, physical development, psychomotor skills, that cuts across all areas. Then the lower primary, from primary 1 to 3, they have 8 subjects, So they have physical education, natural science, religious and moral, information and communication technology, creative arts, mathematics, language, literacy. And then the upper primary, sorry, the upper primary have 9 subjects. And with them, they have mathematics, English language, integrated science, Ghanaian language as being part, creative arts, citizenship education, information and communication technology, religious and moral, and physical education. Now, when they get to SHS 1 to 3, they are doing 11 subjects. SHS 1 to 3, they are doing 5 core, and then 3 areas of major, 3 program areas, right? So in these program areas, we are talking about science, general arts, business education, agricultural science, home economics, technical and vocational education. It means that at the secondary level, they have 5 core subjects plus 3, which stems from the program that they have offered. So they would have 8 subjects in all. Now, let's look at some challenges from the current curriculum. We discussed already the aims of reforms. So these challenges from the current curriculum is giving us an idea why the current curriculum had to be worked on to bring about the pre-tertiary curriculum framework. So what the pre-tertiary curriculum in Ghana is objective-based, and we would all attest to that, rather than measurable standards. We could all attest to the fact that the existing curriculum was or is objective-based, and the structure and content of the curriculum has not been consistently evaluated and strategically reviewed to enable us to support the development of the type of human resources that is needed in the country. So when you look at the changing needs of the country, we need to review the content to fit into the needs of the country. Now, all the education we are doing is geared towards development of human resources, which are needed for the country's development. Now, the third challenge is that the assessment system does not provide effective examination outcome data for evaluating teaching and learning in order to improve the quality of pre-tertiary education. So all the assessments that was provided was looking at the objectives, whether the objectives have been met. It didn't look at how the teaching and learning were done, and it became very difficult for data to help evaluate teaching and learning. So that's also a challenge in the current curriculum. The assessment system is also fraught with challenges, right? Its content, its implementations are academic and examination driven. So in the child's mind, let me chew and go and pour and pass. But to relate the theories and the principles to his or her life as a human being became a challenge. And these are some of the challenges we saw in the current curriculum. There is a poor implementation of the medium of instructional policy, right, in the early years. So the medium is the language and how it was implemented. And that's how come they implemented the L1 for the basic, the early years of education. Then Ghanaian children appear to place little value on learning the country's history. That is why more emphasis is placed on ethnicity, on culture, and our heritage, so that we won't lose touch on whatever we have. Now the curriculum is still loaded, right? When you look at the structure, where a child from class 1 to 3 is supposed to do about 8 subjects, it became too much of subjects curriculum for KG and for lower primary. And then the current curriculum does not provide flexibility education pathways for identifying and nurturing talent and interest for learners. So here there wasn't much flexibility, and then it didn't help. It didn't give avenue for you to identify and nurture talent or interest, because from basic 1 to JHS 3, they are doing everything, and it becomes difficult for the child to even come up with his or her interest and nurture it towards job progression. The significant number of graduates from the basic and senior high schools are functionally illiterate. If you say they are functionally illiterate, because they are ill prepared for further education, training, and job placement. Even though they go through the system, they come out and they don't fit in whatever job they get in, even to use the knowledge, to apply the knowledge to their day-to-day activity or day-to-day life became a problem, because in their heads they are to just pour, pass, and then forget, right? So that's one of the challenges with the current curriculum. The SHS education in Ghana is highly selective. Learners are admitted based on the selective criteria, and some SHS not taking learners of all abilities because the education system is selective. And this has been criticized for two reasons. And the first reason is that it regards the problematic nature of the stand grading system used in the BECE. It's questionable whether BECE grades provide an adequate basis for dividing the children according to their abilities and placement for the programs. So we are asking, on what basis are students placed in science, in business, in home economics, on what basis? Because the BECE does not explicitly give you the correct assessment of the child in respect to his or her talents and interests. Normally, they say that if you get a single number, then you are good for science. How would you know whether the science interest of that particular student? So there was a link, a missing link in there. And the second criticism was that the second concern on how the selection based on ability has reinforced on a social system of no parity of esteem. So we are looking at a social system where the elites have their children going to the grade A schools and following in that order. So yes, the criticisms are there. These are the challenges the current curriculum was facing. So how do we pick this challenge and then solve them so that nobody will be marginalized because he or she couldn't pass French or Ghanaian language to gain a single number, to be marginalized not to be accepted in the science or the business subject, or because somebody gets 83 and therefore that person is liable to offer home economics or what. These are issues that we are talking about. And what criteria are they selected for the various programs that they have? So you see, the current curriculum gives you an open-minded, version of the curriculum, where students will be able to choose per their interest which areas or which subjects they want to offer. So the current Form 1s in SHS, we have some of them offering science, but offering food and nutrition, offering science and doing clothing and textiles. We have some of them doing business and music, business and home economics, giving them a wide concept to nurture their interest towards job placements. Any question up to this point? Any question up to this point? Adama. Adam and Dara too. And Dara to Adam. Your hand is up. And Dara to Adam. Your hand is up. Okay, if she's not ready, you can unmute and talk. If she's not ready, let's move on. But we still have a lot to cover. So that is the challenges for the current curriculum. Let's look at the rationale for the review. So the Ghanaian pre-tertiary education curriculum, which is officially defined by the subject syllabus, is based largely on the objective model of curriculum development, which are used in many countries in the last half of the 20th century. We are coming in a little late because this model is what is being used in most countries out there. But better late than never. We have to be able to change, to adapt to the changing societies. The use of the model or the curriculum will lead to an overemphasis on the product of learning. That is knowing basic facts, principles, skills, and procedures at the expense of the processes of learning, which involves higher cognitive competencies, such as applying critical thinking, creativity, and practicality. The individual quality, the personal qualities, and the social skills necessary to become a competent, engaging, and distributing citizen. These are the rationale for the curriculum review, to make sure that the learners pass out of the education system to become competent, engaging and contributing citizens, other than just graduate illiterates who pass out of the education system not knowing their left from their right. Let's look at the role, purpose, vision, and then philosophy of the pre-tertiary education curriculum. The role of this framework is to emphasize the construction, application, and use of knowledge in our schools by setting education national standards. And these standards can provide opportunities for directing learning and instruction, and also allow for appropriate management of the assessment through learning outcomes can be measured against comparable standards. We are saying this because, learning outcomes can be appropriately measured as indicators of the quality of education system you have. In general, most of the standards that help teachers to design a curriculum, instructional assessment on the basis of what is appropriate, relevant, and then important to learn. So teachers will be provided with ideas about what to teach, and they have the flexibility to design the instructions from multiple perspectives to ensure and enhance learning. This would make a teacher creative and innovative, and it will make our learners creative and then critical thinkers. So that is the role of the framework. Now, the vision of the framework gives all Ghanaian students or Ghanaian children of school-going age the chance to benefit from quality education. This will help to transform our schools into student-friendly, stimulating, and engaging environment for the learners to learn and fulfill their individual potentials. It will also help us to inspire learners to know about and value the history of our country, and it will transform Ghana into a mathematically friendly nation within an environment of science and technology. You see, all around us, all the other nations or countries around us are into science and technology, with all the going on with space, aerospace, engineering, and all that. We need to bridge that gap. We also need to get them to get to the extent where our students can look at the environment, use their knowledge in mathematics and STEM to build things that are relevant for our living in our country, and not always waiting for people to establish or to create for us to use. We can also be innovators. We can also be creators of new things or new ideas for our living. The vision would also help to produce graduates who can engage in lifelong learning and can apply the knowledge innovatively. So it is not just the knowledge you are getting, but your ability to apply it innovatively to solve problems pertaining to you. So if you learned, you had studies or you had knowledge about climate change and its effect, your ability to use that knowledge to solve issues in the South may be different from how to solve issues in the North, because you see, we have different diverse climate issues, and this is what the vision of this curriculum talks about. Not because those in the forest areas are just planting trees and going home and praying for rains to come, and then the tree in 6-7 months will grow. If you are implementing tree planting in the North, for instance, the savanna areas, you need a different, innovative idea, competence to get a tree, to nurture it to a certain stage before it can withstand the harsh weathers when it gets to the dry season. This is what we want our graduates to be able to do, and that is what the framework is seeking to achieve. Now, the philosophy of the curriculum framework is underpinning the national curriculum embodied in this framework. It's a philosophy of learning and teaching that responds to the opportunities and challenges facing Ghana currently and in the future. So what we are basically saying is that the philosophy of this framework looks at making sure that our learning and teaching responds to the opportunities and challenges facing us and how to deal with them, right? The current challenges and the challenges that will arise in future. This philosophy of the framework requires the balanced development of learners' physical, mental, and spiritual capabilities based on the national curriculum. It aims to create well-rounded individuals who would have adequate knowledge, skill, values, and aptitude for personal growth and national transformation. Not only thinking about your personal growth, your personal development, but also to think what you can do to help develop the country. Ultimately, the goal is to produce honest, creative, and responsible citizens for Ghana and the world. We all know that we really need honest people in this country. We need creative people and responsible citizens to move our country to the stage or the level where we anticipate our country to be like. Now, the aims and objectives. The aim of the framework is to turn out Ghanaian graduates who are good problem solvers, who have the ability to think creatively, and who have both the confidence and competence to participate fully in the Ghanaian society as responsible locals and global citizens. So this is the main aim of the framework, with objectives stemming from providing learners with brought up to date knowledge, skill, and values and attitudes in both existing and non-subject disciplines and in ranges of fundamental literacy. So this one has to do with changing some of the contents to the really needed up-to-date contents in the society. Second objective is to develop in learners the ability to apply whatever they have learned with confidence and competence in the world of work. The third objective is to instill in learners an understanding of Ghana's history, culture, and tradition, and of their rights and responsibilities as a citizen. Surprisingly, in Ghana these days, we know more of our rights than our responsibilities. But if you're able to implement this framework very well, our rights goes with our responsibilities, and then we'll be able to put them hand in hand and make sure that as we request for our rights to be made for us or to be established for us, our responsibilities, which is what we also have to do for the country, would be done as citizens. We also encourage learners to fully participate in the learning process and to promote learning as a lifelong endeavor. So the objectives, one of them is to create learning and teaching and learning that's learner-centered, so that the learners themselves would fully participate in whatever knowledge we are disseminating to them. Also, to encourage and support teachers to engage in creative and dialogic instructional practices. So what we are doing right now is part of the objectives of the framework, where we seek your views, we do discussions, and not everything coming from the teacher, as was done in the past, right? That is why these days we limit the lecture methods and we encourage more of project work, reading assignments, and then discussion methods to improve upon them. The teacher methodologies that we use. We also look at to promote inclusive education system where individual strengths and potentials are valued and maximized, regardless of ethnicity, religion, gender, geographical location, or disability. So this talks about cross-cutting issues, right? Where we promote inclusive education system to include everybody irrespective of the background of the person. And also to encourage learners to learn mathematics as a fundamental building block to learning other subjects. I know mathematics is of great challenge to a lot of people, but once you're able to decode and to learn and to get the theories and principles that outline mathematics, it's easier for you to learn the other subjects, because you see, even in home economics, you cannot run away from maths. And to also instill in learners the importance of making responsible choices regarding the environment and climate. Also promotes financial literacy to include the development of entrepreneurial skills for our learners, and to encourage learners to learn in Ghanaian language, to learn a Ghanaian language and modern foreign language as part of becoming a global citizen. You can never become a global citizen if you are stuck with what your tribe knows. So all you know is your fancy and English. we strive to help our learners to acquire more terms so that wherever they find themselves, they can bridge the gap. That is why these days some schools are offering Spanish, they are offering Chinese, they are offering Dutch, they are doing French and the rest. I think recently there is this Arabic has also been added to the languages, the foreign languages, and almost all our Ghanaian languages are on the radar where students can easily learn and then become global citizens. Any questions on the objectives? Any questions on the objectives? Okay, so let's move on to the values. Now, the framework captures the following core values. 1, respect. Right, so with this aspect of the nation of Ghana, it institutes law and the culture and respect among its citizens and friends of Ghana. So respect is there as one of the values. And as we put respect there as one of the values, you know that it's very necessary that we make sure that this value see the light of day. Because these days, when you go to social media and all that, you don't see the respect in the citizens. Anybody gets up and talks anyhow. People of younger generation get up and insult anybody at all. And they are not remorseful about it. And this is very, very alarming these days. When we tend not to respect each other as citizens, it goes a long way to affect our development. So it's one of the values that this framework seeks to make our learners buy into. Then diversity. Diversity is also the value, one of the values that the framework is seeking to instill in our learners. Diversity, because you see, Ghana as a country has a lot of tribes and a lot of cultural disparities, especially when you move across the country from the south straight to the north. You realize that at places there are different cultural backgrounds, different category of people with different diverse backgrounds. We need this diversity for us to accept each citizen the way he or she is, irrespective of where he or she comes from. Where you will not look down on one tribe and say this tribe is bigger than this tribe is stronger than that. No, that is diversity. We want to see a national diversity where there's a powerful force for national development, irrespective of whatever we are doing. It should help to promote social cohesion, where we can live and stay together, irrespective of our background. Then we also have equity. The socioeconomic development across the country is uneven. We can attest to it. There are some areas that has more development than others, but this framework seeks to make sure that by 2030, all our graduates will strive towards equity and make sure that there is enough resources for all the areas that are within the borders of the country. Then there is commitment to achieve excellence, right? Each learner must be taught to appreciate the opportunities provided through curriculum and persist in doing their best so that they can fill in and be a very good global citizen. Now, this curriculum would encourage innovativeness through creative, critical thinking and the use of contemporary technology. Let me give you a typical example of achieving excellence. So, one were the days where you ask students what they want to do in future, and what they will mention is, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be an administrator, those things. Nobody would say, I want to be a farmer, I want to be a carpenter. It becomes very difficult for you to hear children going in that line. And it is because we have limited the talents, our interests to only white-collar jobs, which to us showed excellence. Now we want to tell our learners That's whatever your interest is, whatever your talent is, whatever work that you seek to do, you can do and excel in it. So if you want to be a carpenter, you can be a carpenter, have a showroom, do high profile jobs, and also become a millionaire. If you want to be a mechanic, you could be a mechanic, a high profile mechanic, and be a millionaire. You don't need to be a doctor to have money. You don't need to be a lawyer to have money and all that. So that is the commitment to achieving excellence. Whatever profession you find yourself in, we creatively train our learners in a way where they would have excellent service as part of their self motivation to do whatever work they have chosen. There's also teamwork and collaboration. In Ghana schools, Ghanaian schools are to be dedicated to a constructive and a team-oriented working and learning environment. There's also that means that learners should live peacefully with all people with an attitude of tolerance and collaboration. This point is very, very important these days, especially at our pre-tertiary levels. A lot of things are going on in especially our secondary schools that needs attention. And if we have teamwork and collaboration, I don't see why somebody should get annoyed with mere discussions in the classroom and pull a knife and stab the other colleague for making a comment or something. These are things we need: collaboration, tolerance, teamwork in the learning environment. In any way, when there is a discussion, not everybody's idea will be sweet in your ears, right? So you need to be tolerant, you need to collaborate, you need to have an attitude where you can be able to listen to constructive criticisms and then make the most out of these criticisms when they come to you. The fifth value we talk about is truth and integrity, which is also needed in our country these days. We can't trust anybody these days. People are there, they give promises, they are not fulfilling promises, people are not telling us the truth and all that. All these are things that breaks the seal to excel in whatever you are doing. So if you are promised to be given a very good condition of service, and then after 3 years of working, these conditions of service are not met, it's a breach of trust, it's a breach of integrity. And that's how come we see a lot of people going on strike and all that. We need to build graduates who would have truth and integrity as part of their personal values, so that as they go on, as they enter into governance, as they enter into the working field, they will be truthful to themselves, they'll be honest, and they will have compassion on individuals as in the working world. Any comments, contribution, questions on these values? So we can move on to assessment in the new curriculum. So assessment in the new curriculum here.
Madam, please, I have a comment.
Okay, you have the floor.
Please, about the values with the current curriculum that seeks to achieve respect and equity. I think there should be more energy channeled to this, because we are moving to the new curriculum framework to ensure that there is more respect. Even in the old curriculum, there was a component of respect. But now we are saying that we are even improving upon it. But what I see on the ground is that there is more disrespect coming up, especially from the youth, because I see videos on social media with students violating the rights of teachers. Recently, I saw a video of a school, I think a secondary school boy slapped a teacher from the back. And I've not seen anything about what has been done to the student. But I see other videos. I saw one video, I think from Nigeria, that the whole governor or something, like one prominent man in society, visited a school just because a teacher used a cane on a child. And the child there was no evidence of the child being hurt or even dying. But the teacher was approached, and in the presence of the students, he was being questioned in the presence of the student. The teacher was not respected, and he was his privacy was not taken into consideration when he was approached that way. So when it comes to the respect, the equity, I'm not seeing equity, because teacher has no right to even cane the child, but the child harms the teacher. I saw even recently a video of a teacher narrating how he went blind as a result of a student that caused that, but there was no any other follow-up to ensure that the child was disciplined for what he has done, and there was no even help for the teacher. But in recent video, we saw a student who was shot by another student, and I think a prominent person in the society flew her abroad. But when it was a teacher's turn, there was no justice. There was no even fund to support. And even in my immediate environment, recently there was a teacher who was beaten by a group of students who had become deviant and decided not to come to school again. They just come to school and they decide not to come to school for like a whole year, and then the next moment they come to the school and say they are coming back to school, simply because the teacher said, the head teacher said he couldn't accept him back because he would only be a bad influence to those in school. The next morning, the student came with a group of friends, and it was early in the morning that the head teacher was already in school, and other teachers were yet to even report. And the teacher was he was, I don't know, like they removed scissors and other sharp objects to harm the teacher. But because he was a male teacher and he had a bit of energy, it became a court case. And at the end of the day, the head teacher was given about 1,000 Ghana cedi compensation to go and take care of his health. Meanwhile, he was bruised. So I think that there is no respect for the teacher. There is no equity when it comes to cases. Even from my observation, I've realized that if an ordinary person in society, for instance, abuses or sexually abuses a minor, the charge on the person is less than even when it is a teacher. That is how I feel as a teacher. So I think that when we are talking about the children, the students respecting, now caning has been taken out. So the students feel, oh, the teacher has no right to discipline me. Any little discipline from the teacher might even lose his job. So I think there is more to this. We are getting more negative feedback from this aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just to augment what Hannah said, it's a worry to most teachers, right? And I'm a teacher myself. It's sometimes you listen to the news and you regret being a teacher because you feel you are not protected enough by the law. But you see, I would say the country brought this on ourselves. The students did not get up to get to JHS just yesterday. It means there was something wrong with the education we were giving them some years ago. And it has breed what we don't want. That is how come this framework is in to help to make sure that all these values that we have lost in our kids going up, we would retrieve them, we will give them back to them. Because at first, if you did not attend school and you saw your teacher passing, you would hide. Today, walk through the community. A student who did not attend school will meet you, greet you, and ask you how you are as a teacher. And you're asking yourself, where are the values we were holding when we were young? You get it. So we would get there. We are praying that this framework sees the light of day, and then we are hoping that the plans they are putting in place would help us breed graduates who would grow up in future and be responsible citizens. Will be citizens who will not disrespect, will be citizens who will not be dishonest, will be citizens who will not disregard human life, and will choose violence over collaboration and then communication. I think it's if we want to discuss this particular issue, we won't finish our slides today. So it's good Hannah brought it up. we have it at the back of our mind. This curriculum or this framework is there to instill in them these values. And we hope that as teachers, we would help the curriculum framework to work for our benefits. Let's move on to the assessment in the new curriculum. Okay. So with assessment forms, we still have the formative and summative assessment, but in this time, we are using the competence-based assessment to help with them, with assessing them formatively. With assessing them formatively. So with formative assessment, we could still use quizzes, portfolio building, group work assignment presentations, and all that as a form of formative assessment. And a summative assessment could still go to the end of the program or the end of the period to see whether the stories or the principles we are teaching them are being grasped and being used. Now, when we do practice-based assessment, the practice-based assessment could be formative or summative, but it is needed in practical subjects like home economics. And here we could use portfolio building, which we still do, project works, reflective journals, and then quizzes. All these are activities that we still perform. We're performing in the old curriculum as we are rolling on into the new curriculum. Now, something I want you to understand is that the old curriculum is not necessarily bad on its own. It may have its challenges, just as this new curriculum may also have its challenges. Now, what is being done is that we are bringing in this framework. We realize that the framework still has some components of the old curriculum in there, meaning that the old curriculum came to serve its purpose, right? But the challenges that we have outlined are the main reasons why the new one is being rolled on to curb these challenges. It doesn't mean that the new one is good on its own. It may also have some challenges that needs to be addressed with time when an evaluation is being done on it, and then these challenges are brought up. Now, at this point, you are entreated to read more on the document. If I say the document, I'm referring to the National Pre-Tertiary Education Curriculum Framework, and then get more insight into the principles and issues that have been addressed in them. We could continue the discussion on our platforms. The other group that joined us from the other centers, you also could create your own platforms and then place your tutor in them. And then the discussions could go on. We could have a very fruitful discussion so that as you usher yourself into teaching in the secondary school, you would have an in-depth knowledge into what this framework is and how you are supposed to carry yourself as a home economics facilitator for this framework. Any question on the framework? So we can move to NTS. Any question on the framework? Okay, so I can comfortably move on to the National Teacher Standards. I'm simply going to introduce you to the standards and then give you an overview of what the standards are. If per chance you don't have any knowledge about the NTS, please, as a teacher in the education system of Ghana, this is supposed to be your handbook. This is supposed to be something that will direct you as to how to work as a teacher, right? So per introduction, we say the National Teachers Council of Ghana has developed the National Teacher Standard to ensure high quality teaching and learning experiences by outlining clear expectations, competencies, and professional behaviors for teachers. Forget about what the learners are expected to do. Forget about their competencies. Forget about whatever behaviors they are expecting to break on board. Now the focus is on the teacher. As a teacher, what are your expectations? What are your competencies? What are your professional behaviors? These standards act as a benchmark for evaluating your performance, guiding professional development, fostering accountability in the teaching profession. It's very important that they are not linked. You should know that these are not linked to your salary ranking, but it will serve as a tool for self-assessment, reflection, and continuous improvement. The standard will help to bring out what a teacher should know, what you need to understand, and then what you need to implement. That is what the NTS is about. Let's look at the importance of the NTS, what it seeks to do. What are the importance of STS? Why the NTS? The NTS has set out minimum levels of practice that all teachers in training colleges must reach by the end of their pre-service teacher education program. So it gives you the minimum levels that you need to attain as you pass out from the training colleges or the training universities. Now they are also universities. Then these standards also inform teacher development while in their first year as beginning teachers. Please, when I'm done with my submission, I'll give you the room to bring out your submissions and your questions. So you put your questions down as we go on. We don't have much time. We have barely about 45 minutes to close the class, and we need to finish this NTS, right? So it gives you the standard, informs teacher development whilst in their first year as beginning teachers on their induction courses, proud to licensing as professional teachers by the NTC, right? So it goes hand in hand with teacher licensure. It gives you the knowledge you need to acquire before you could be licensed as a professional teacher. And it provides the framework for future professional and career development for all teachers. So this is there to help you know as I'm going to go for further training, as I'm going to go for workshops and all that to better or to develop yourself as a professional teacher. The NTS also serves as a benchmark for education and training across the subject specialization in teacher training institutions, with indicators providing verifiable evidence of standard attainment. So it gives you the benchmark or the standards as to which your training should be, especially in the specialization areas when it comes to training in the tertiary, in the training institutes. Then the NTS are intended to guide in-service teachers' professional growth and foster continuous improvement on their learning and teaching practices. This ensures that teachers are empowered to create effective learning experiences for their students as they advance in their career. So these are the importance of NTS. Let's look at the expectations for teachers in the NTS, sorry. So the NTS expects teachers to demonstrate extensive knowledge in the relevant subjects and curriculum area. So not only in your subject area, but also in the curriculum area. That is why we took pains to treat the framework that you are going to work with in the secondary school with you. So that as you have relevant knowledge in the subject area, home economics, you also have knowledge in the curriculum that you are using. And you also have you are expected to have a sound knowledge of learners' different ways of organizing their learning, where you are looking at students' different abilities, different capabilities, and then how they organize their learning, so that you will not judge any student by using another student as a criteria, right? And you're also to demonstrate extensive knowledge and understanding of how different learning styles and abilities impact on their learning. You are also expected to reflect thoroughly on the effectiveness of the teaching approaches that you use and how they ensure the inclusion of all your learners. So even what you choose as your approach and how your students are included in the approaches that you use to teach. You're also expected to demonstrate good knowledge and understanding of how to use assessment to support learning, right? And then you are also expected to demonstrate a good knowledge and understanding of the key policies and regulations that governs the education system. These are very, very important for you to know the key policies and regulations that governs the education system. So the reading assignment I gave you earlier on, there's a page in the framework where the policies that guiding the framework are there. Please get abreast with the policies and the regulations. And then you're also expected to identify their own training needs, your own training needs. Take responsibility for addressing them through lifelong learning. So how do you take responsibility or identify your own training needs? As and when you go through teaching and learning, you'd realize that there are some areas that you fall short. It is mandated that you take responsibility for addressing these areas that you fall short. If it's a curriculum that you don't understand, you get a tutor to teach you and give you more knowledge in that area. If it's the content area, you do likewise, and then you upgrade yourself to the expectation of the NTS. Again, you have to demonstrate good knowledge and then understand the design and use of innovative teaching methods and practices in different teaching and learning contexts in and outside the classroom. So here we are not limited to staying in the classroom when we are teaching. You are expected to know the methods and practices you should use both in and outside the classroom, and also to include your learners in whatever practice that you are exhibiting. You are also to observe in-service and pre-service teachers, beginning teachers, and are respected professional teachers who are able to represent their schools. So as you observe in-service and pre-service teachers, you are supposed to be a professional teacher who would be able to represent your schools that you got your service from, and then to uphold whatever professional knowledge that has been instilled in you. And then you set high expectations with challenge learners. So if you have learners with challenges, your expectation to set expectations for these learners, and then make sure that you see them through to make sure they achieve their full potential. And then it's also you're also expected to provide of attainment of standards, right? So you set standards for your students, and then you make sure they follow through to attain it. And then you develop and use the expected competencies to improve learning outcomes. And lastly, you're expected to identify, recognize as a professional who bestows assurance on stakeholder of education. These are in short the expectations of teachers in the STS. Do you have any question on any of the expectations? It is when you ask the questions that we can deliberate more on these expectations and see where we fit in, where we fall short, and then we make amends to that. Any questions? Okay, if there's no question, we could go on. So let's look at stakeholders of the NTS who are interested in NTS. We have the preschool teachers, pre-service teachers. So the student teachers, those who are now going into the profession, to learn the profession. We have those going in for the licensure, and teachers on induction. So if you are in any of these categories, the NTS should be one of your Bibles that you use day in, day out. Then in-service teachers who are already practicing, and licensed teachers, it serves as a roadmap for you to guide your professionalism in the service. Education sector, agencies. So with education sector agencies, we can talk about NTC and other agencies like Ghana Education Service, TVET, and then the NASIA. All these are agencies that are interested in the NTS because they help them to assess teachers, they help them to assess the education system that we are running, and to make sure that everything is in its order. Then we have teacher education institutions where teachers are trained. We have teacher educators, so those of us who teach teachers, we are also interested in the NTS because it will guide us in our content as to what to teach. And then our unions are also there, our managers, school supervisors, and stakeholders. All these people are also interested in the NTS because it serves as a guide to the standards that the teachers would have to exhibit their professionalism. Then let's look at the philosophy of the standards. The philosophy underpinning the standards emphasize the preparation of teacher with professional skills, attitudes, values, and spirit of inquiry, innovation, and creativity. It aims to enable teachers to adapt to changing conditions, use inclusive strategies, and engage in lifelong learning. Here, you should know that teachers are seen as agents of change. We are fostering leadership, engaging with communities, and promoting inclusive and equitable education. This is how teachers are seen, riding on this philosophy for the NTS. Now, the standards define what a good teacher in Ghana looks like, focusing on improving education quality, aligning with the Sustainable Development Goal 4 for inclusive and equitable learning, making emphasis on practical teaching, sound pedagogy, and interactive service. All these sounds very nice in our ears, but if we don't use these standards to improve upon our professionality, it becomes very difficult for us to engage our students, especially when they complete or when they finish their learning processes. So as teachers, we have a very big commitment on our hands to make sure that we effect change, we foster leadership, and then we train learners who are global citizens in the society. Let's look at the rationale behind the NTS. It includes emerging issues in teacher professionalism, which goes a long way to address new principles and practice guiding teacher education and professionalism, incorporating contextual teacher issues that arose after the initial implementation of the standards, and then ensuring the Ghanaian teacher remains globally relevant. Also, it looks at alignment with education reforms, responding to reforms at the secondary levels, including SHS, SHTS, and TVET and STEM curriculum change. It also looks at comprehensive guidance, ensuring that revised standards are sufficiently comprehensive to guide all institutions involved in teacher training or teacher education. Then it's another rationale is to collaborative review processes, which helps interagency teacher education curriculum review steering committee to oversee the review processes. They also have in their committees which are responsible for the 7 teacher education universities, private teacher education institutions, and then agencies such as Ministry of Education, GES, GTVET, NACA, and the rest. All these are agencies that are responsible for making sure that the review process is completed. The 5th rationale has to do with maintaining integrity, and this review preserves key elements of the original standards, such as the rationale and preamble, the legal and the philosophy basis, and then the basic statements of the standards. There are key changes that are being introduced, right? And these changes would help to combine pre-service and in-service standards into continuous of 5 compulsory levels under 2 themes. Pre-service has to do with student teachers, provisional licensed teachers, and then teachers on induction. Then the in-service will deal with teachers who are newly qualified, principal superintendents. They will go on to advanced or experts or fellow teachers, and then master teachers and senior fellow teachers. So with this standards, these are the levels of competencies that we would have, which will come to replace the existing ones that we are using in the system. Introducing corresponding means of verification for each of the exemplars, we are adding standards related to SHS, SHTS, and then TVET. It would also help us to incorporate skills, knowledge, and then understanding required for learners at the secondary level through the STEM education. So you realize that this NTS can never leave your side because you are striving to teach in the secondary levels. So it should be one of the things that you are looking out for. And then it's addressed gender equality, social inclusiveness, social emotional learning, and then which becomes a requirement for teachers. So if you don't know what these terms are, the time is for you to go and read in depth into them, because these are the things that the framework on the NTS is expecting you to do. This NTS goes hand in hand with the educational framework that has been instituted for us. Now, the NTS is organized in 3 basic domains. The The first domain is the professional values and attitudes. The second one is professional knowledge, and the third one is professional practice. Let's look at how the professional values and attitudes interplays. Here we are looking at professional development and commitment and the community of practice, right? So here we are looking at how you've been taught as a teacher, your professionality level, and how you are supposed to handle yourself in the community as you practice being a teacher. Then professional knowledge has to do with the knowledge of education framework and curriculum, what you know about the curriculum, your knowledge base about the framework, and then the knowledge of your learners, how well you know your learners, the categories they find themselves in, their talents, their interest areas, and all that. And then the third one, which is a professional practice, has to do with managing the learning environment, teaching, learning, and then assessment. How you are able to go through this as part of your practices as a professional teacher. So these are the domains of the NTS. And these domains have an interaction, right? So the interaction of the domains would show that you are a professional teacher. If you have knowledge, if you have values and attitudes professionally, and you are able to practice very well, with these three things merging for you, shows that you are a professional teacher. You cannot do 1, 2, and leave 3. You need to have all the 3 at your fingertips to be termed as a professional teacher. And that is where you will be graded upon. Let's look at the domains. Okay, so I have summarized the domains already. You'd have the slides to have in-depth reading on them. Now, the first domain, which talks about professional values and attitudes, emphasize continuous improvement, collaboration, ethical conduct, inclusivity, leadership to foster positive impact on education and then the society. The attributes are there. The attributes to the domains are there. So it's up to you to read and understand them. The second one would emphasize on mastery of the curriculum, learning, understanding learners' needs and applying inclusivity and effective teaching strategies. And then the last domain has to do with the practice, classroom environment, learning and teaching, and then assessment, how it is done. All of them has been outlined here, and it's there for you to read and understand. In any way, whatever the discussions may be, you will still be on the platform 24/7, having a discussion on the NTS and then the framework. Now, we need to discuss these basic questions that you may see, and then we have an assignment, and then we can close the class. I think we have about 15 minutes to do this discussion. So the first question is, explain roles of a learner with reference to the National Pre-Tertiary Education Curriculum Framework. So we've done the framework up there, and we are supposed to look at the framework and then explain the roles of the learners with the framework in our minds. The second one is to describe roles of a facilitator with reference to the NTS. And the last one is to apply the standards in home economics teaching. So open the floor for a discussion. A few minutes to ponder over the questions. And then if you have any submissions to make, you raise your hand, and then you can be given the opportunity to make such submissions. If no hand is raised, we've all gone through the framework and the NTS. So I can just look at the participants and then mention names, and I'm expecting you to pick any of the topics and then we discuss, make your submissions on it. So think about it from the framework that we have dealt with. What is the role of a learner? What will be the role of the learner with the framework in mind? And then with NTS in mind, what is the role of a teacher?
And that is why we are seeing what we are seeing about. And example,
I'm waiting for people to contribute.
Hello.
Yes, Hannah.
Please, I think the role of the learner is to submit himself or herself, to make himself or herself available to so that the teachers can instill in them the competencies and then the values. And then the role of the teacher is also to master the NTS, the National Teaching Standards, so that we can also play our role perfectly. I also want to add that when we were mentioning the stakeholders, I saw stakeholders as the topic, and then it went on to mention educational institutions, the providers, the teacher as a stakeholder. And then I think that I didn't see the parent. The parent is a major stakeholder. And this framework also makes it very clear the role of the teacher and the role of the students and the educational institutions, and then all other institutions that are supposed to play a role in developing the teacher to be able to deliver perfectly. I think that in the near future, the framework should also be made to make it clear about the role of parents as a major stakeholder, so that their roles will be defined, and there should be a time made out for who is going to educate the parent in order to bring the child in a good way from home, because whatever challenges teachers are going through is as a result of the home bringing. The home is the first institution that the child is introduced to, and it's a very important institution that should be educated on how to bring the children up in order to solve the problems that we face as teachers. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Any other submissions on the roles of the learners and
Madam.
teachers? Yes, Samuel.
I would say the role of a learner. One, my first point is problem solver.
Yeah.
A learner must apply knowledge to solve problems and challenges. Any challenges that the learner will confront, the learner should be able to solve that problem, and also active participant. A learner should be active participant, engage actively in learning process. The learner should always be ready in learning process. And also a learner should be critical thinker to analyze information and evaluate evidence. That's the role of the learner. And the role of a teacher, the teacher is supposed to plan the lesson and plan engaging lesson.
Let me help you use the right term. These days we are not planning lessons, we are planning experiences for the learners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam.
Welcome.
And the teacher is also a mentor.
Yeah.
Provide guidelines, support, and engagement. That's the role of a teacher. And also the teacher must be an instructor. Deliver lesson, explain concept, and demonstrate skills. That's my mission.
So being an instructor here, NTS says that you are a facilitator, right? So I want us to always be using the right terms as per the framework and the NTS as we go along, because these are the terms you are going to see when you find yourself teaching and all that. You don't refer to your students as pupils, you refer to them as learners, and then you are not a teacher, you are not an instructor, you are a facilitator. You are there to facilitate them, to help in learning, right? So these are very good submissions made by Samuel. Samuel, thank you very much. I like the way you outlined your roles. Any other person with some outline for roles of learners and the facilitators. I'm waiting. If you are ready, you can just unmute and talk.
Hello, madam.
So you have the floor. Please talk.
This is Benedicta. And so the learner too can be seen as a collaborator. And so learners must also participate or work in teams, be able to work together with their colleagues and share ideas, and then also build a special social and interpersonal skills among themselves. Example, so maybe there is an assignment given to cook something or a cooking project. They must be able to divide responsibilities among themselves and then evaluate each other's performance so that at the end of the day, they will achieve the goals that they want to achieve, and then be able to prepare the skill that is assigned to them. So they must work as collaborators.
Thank you very much. So both the learners and the facilitators have to be very good collaborators. Thank you. Any other submission? Any other submission? So I will go on to the third question, application of the standards in home economics teaching. Right. Any other submission? Submissions on the role. Okay, so let's shift to the application of the standards in home economics teaching. So let's look at the domains of the NTS standards. I hope by now you have the document and you have opened to the standards. Let's try and then apply this to our home economics teaching. If the standards says that, let me take you to the domains. So if the standard says that you should have professional knowledge and attitude, how do you put this in our home economics teaching? Right, so professional attitudes and values. This slide will serve you better. Look at the attributes of these domains and then see how you are supposed to fuse in home economics teaching. If you are ready to talk, you can just unmute and then make your submission. So let's look at domain 1, right? Which emphasizes continuous improvement and collaboration and all that. How do we put that in home economics teaching? How do we do that? Put that in home economics teaching? So let me help you with this. So if you take an attribute like developing a positive professional identity and acting as a role model for learners. So as home economics, you are expected to be a role model to your learners, right? So if you want them to instill in them the values of who a home economics is, you, the tutor or the teacher or the facilitator, would have to carry yourself as such, right? And then you have to get a positive professional identity, so that if any of your learners would look at you and say that, because of Madam so and so, I would be a home economics teacher, then you are having a very good professional value and attitude, because it's showing in how you are teaching and how you are carrying yourself as a professional home economics teacher. I have opened the floor. Let's look at domain 1, the attributes of the domain, and then let's bring it into our lives as home economics teachers. How would we establish these domains? How would we be able to incorporate these domains into our lives as home economics teachers?
Madam, please, what you said is true. Because of you, I thought of becoming home economics teacher.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
I like your teaching.
Okay, who is on the line? Oh, I should give it to you as a teaser as we go along. I think we have about 6 minutes to end the class.
Yes, yes, madam.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's your
madam.
teaser for going on, reading the NTS and then looking at the domains and then putting it into your life as a home economics teacher, how you'll be able to attain some of these domains that they are talking about, right? I'll leave it to you as a teaser. There are some assignments for you to do, which would also help you to read more on the framework and NTS, the document, right? I would share the slide as when we close. I'll share the slide when we close so that you have the assignment which will guide your reading. These ones will help you to understand better the framework and then the NTS. You'd realize that it's not just one question, not just two questions. If you're able to go through these questions in groups and then discuss among yourself what the answers are, it will help you to understand, and it will help you to grow your professionalism as a home economics teacher. So it's very, very important that you go through these. From time to time, as we meet, we may pick these assignments one after the other, and I can call anybody to read out what you have on these questions as we go along. So please, if you can't do all at a go, right? But as you go on within the day, within the night, when you are reading, have these questions at the back of your mind and then do answer them. Okay. So with this learner-centered classroom, all-inclusive image we have in here, I would call it a morning. Do enjoy the rest of your day, and then we'll meet next week for our next section. Any questions, submissions, or remarks? Anita.
Hello, madam. Please,
Anita,
how
yeah.
will you share the slides? Because the main platform, you can't receive any message from there unless the administrator sends it.
Anita, which center are you from?
Sefi also.
Sefi. So are you on the platform that Gloria created from Tamale?
Please, no.
There's a platform created for method of teaching home economics. We don't want to be boring other people with our stuff. So I'll be putting most of our documents on that platform. When I come across a document that I think you need as a home economics teacher, I'll be putting them there for you. Okay.
So please, madam, how can I join that group? Because our group here, we don't have that.
Please, some of us are not there, madam.
Okay, so don't worry. Get in contact with Tamale Cosrep, and she would
Tamale.
Cosrep.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. And you'll be sorted out.
Thank you very
So
much.
people join from the other group or the other class, you are welcome. Madam Bennis would get back to you next week, and then I think all the documents that you need will be shared with you on her side. Right. Thank you for joining my class for today. We'll meet next
Hello,
week.
madam.
Yes, please.
Madam, please, the classroom that you put inside the picture, no, it
Yes.
looks very nice, and we are hoping that in the near future, if as teachers we will be given the opportunity to be in such a cruising environment, even the cows alone.
Amen.
With this
Amen.
kind of
It's a prayer.
environment, we can teach very well. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hello,
That's a
madam.
well. Yes, Samuel.
I want to make a request.
Samuel, please put your request across. If it's in my jurisdiction, I can get
Yeah, it's in your judgment. I want to see the face of my madam.
Samuel.
Madam.
We want to see my face, but you have been
Yes.
seeing me for this 4 hours.
Nah.
You just want my video on, right? If you had
Yeah.
joined earlier, you would have seen me. So this is Madam. Unfortunately, the light is at my back, so you are not seeing my face. So let me turn myself and see.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Beautiful madam.
So this is Madam Naomi, right?
You're very kind.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome.
So yeah, we'll meet next week. Okay.
Okay.
If you have any questions, submissions for clarity, just put it on the platform and I'll be there to answer and clarify things for you. Okay.
Thank
Do
you
enjoy
so
your day.
much, Mom. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
Yeah,
much.
do enjoy. Okay.
Thank you, madam. Oh, yun. No, yung galo lang yun. Mura, that means yung bagbaro long magaje.
Samuel, you are still in bed. Wake up.
Our Muslim brothers and sisters, our Salah meet, we are waiting for it.
We'll send it
Waiting
on the
for what?
platform.
You come
We'll
for it.
send it
We
on WhatsApp for you.
we are waiting for it.
Hello. Hello. Hey.